See if I ran again. Didn't we go through this 50 years ago? I'm just asking on account of all the history books that I read. Anyway, let's get that screen capture up. We'll pull up some weather for everybody. Today we're going to kind of blister through a couple of things. And yes, I'm doing this off the cuff. So pardon my ineptitude. Alright, that's one of them. We're going to start with something pretty basic. And that is the weather. Mostly our focus will be on Maine weather. So, I'm going to educate people on Maine weather just a little bit. Whenever you see this, right, unless you're on a website that is sensitive to your specific location. Okay, this is not my exact location, but it's specific enough. This is going to be, these might not be accurate on your weather stations. The reason I bring that up is because we have a local weather station. I'm not going to name its name. They said yesterday was supposed to be mostly just muggy with a little bit of scattered showers. Well, in my area, if you actually looked at the radar and actually calculated the trajectory of the, what was coming, you would have known that you would have known that we were in fact going to get heavy rain and thunderstorms throughout the night. But because our local stations are way down here in good old Portland, there's about a good anywhere from 50 to 100 mile disparity between the weather here and the weather down here. If you know anything about weather patterns, you know that it can rain on one side of a house and snow on the other. So, instead of doing that, here's what we're actually going to do. I'm going to pull up the full forecast for the next couple of days. Okay. Alrighty. They're saying it's supposed to rain around noon. So, effectively, yeah. Now, let's go back, remove the severe weather connotations, and put on the good old radar and see what it says. That looks like it's just building over Burlington, not actually moving. We'll switch over to the 10-day predictions. Let's zoom out just a smidge. Also, if you live in New England, a lot of your weather comes from down here during the summer. You got a little bit of moisture that appears to not quite know what it's doing. And a front that's actually coming down from Canada, right over Quebec. Around Sunday. Okay, so at this point in time, I'm going to pause this and note that a lot of this is just predictive radar. It's not going to be actually 100% accurate, like not even close. There are so many variables. Once I would argue, day 1, day 2, okay, maybe day 3, meh. Day 4 is where you start losing accuracy because a lot of things can change in 4 days. It's not even the radar's fault. You could have random pop-up systems, whatever. But the important thing to note is that the weekend for Maine looks to be more or less pretty good. We might get a little something on Sunday, but that's about it. Now, What I am going to use them for is a temperature reference. Let's see. Lower 70s, lower 80s, higher 70s, higher 80s. Jesus, 93 on Tuesday. That's going to be warm. That's going to be the day that we shut everything down. Like when noon rolls around, every electronic in the house will be down except for one TV with a movie on it. And like the rest of the house will get shut up completely with just the AC running. Or I might even just say screw it, shut the movie down, leave the AC running, and go find a lake somewhere. That's what 93 degrees does in Maine. You find a place to go swimming. Okay, so my allergies are probably attributed to something in the house because the pollen level isn't that high. Interesting. Okay, now we can move on. A little bit of YouTube scrolling and some news real quick. Huh. Let's see. Trying to avoid the opinion pieces. Yeah, we are. We're just... The reason we're... Alright. We're going to probably... Alright. I was going to try to avoid opinion, but yet here I am going to give my opinion on Iran. From what I've seen, a decent portion of Iran does not want Ayatollah Khomeini leading their country anymore. They're sick of his shit, and they want him gone. So, here's kind of my take on that. They should do it themselves. Will they? Probably not. Here's the thing. And it's an important thing to remember. I grabbed the pop-out chat real quick. So you're going to be seeing some funkiness on the screen real quick. Rumble's pop-out chat is the important one. Oh, actually, I needed the share link too. I just got back from getting some breakfast, and my energy drink hasn't quite kicked in yet, so we're kind of just doing this off of my own steam, so to speak. And I have a burning eyeball thing going on. I don't know why that is. Got that one shared. We'll grab Instagram. Let's see. Create. Post. I think it was that one. Next. Next. I need to actually make some proper thumbnails for these. But okay. So, we'll click the button. Then they need to be stopped completely. Look, the Ayatollah regime, the Islamic Republic of Terrorists in Iran, they need to be stopped. Alright, it's not even a matter of who's allied with who. And to those in leadership positions in Russia and China, when they're done with us, they're going to be targeting you. Like, you misunderstand their intention. They want all the infidels gone. If you think that your Russian Orthodox religion or your statist religion in China, which, by the way, the Russian Orthodox, that should be kind of obvious as to what that is, right? If you think they find either one of those religions tolerable or acceptable under their own commandments, maybe you should be doing some really serious thinking about who your friends and enemies are. We might not get along on a lot of things, and we might have a disagreement. The United States does not believe in expansionism. You guys are constantly trying to expand. We can deal with that later. I do feel like the terrorist threat that has arisen because they are gaining access to nuclear weapons is a threat to equally to China and Russia as it is the United States. And the fact that you guys are refusing to acknowledge it because you want to use what is effectively possibly the biggest, most unstable nuclear threat in the world. If you think us changing our leader every 4 years is unstable, just remember these terrorists change their mind about who their enemy is every 5 seconds. So, just as a reminder, when they're done with us, you're the next target on their list. Not like they'll get very far. The United States is absolutely capable of turning friggin' the entirety of Iran into a fucking glass parking lot. So, pardon my French here, but it's just not going to happen. You're not going to have an enemy invasion of the United States. That's not, no. No, that's not how it's going to happen. They're going to try to take us out from the inside out. It's the only way to do it, really. That should be kind of blatantly obvious. Yeah, I was looking at some pew-pews on PSA. I found some pretty interesting looking purchases that I might be interested in. And I'm sure there's going to be a gun tuber, Brandon, who would probably point at my choices and laugh a little bit because they're all budget. But, you know, you buy what you can, man. You buy what you can. Who knows? Maybe I might start doing gun reviews on budget weapons and stuff at some point. Because, you know, not everyone out there makes $10,000 a day. And if I did, I probably still... Well, okay, there is one exception. The 50 BMG that I saw, not this one, the one that was right next to it. Of course, this one would be the one that I'd grab. But I don't have that kind of money, and those rounds are expensive. Holy crap. So, I actually don't want that. I want this right here on that tab. In fact, actually, we're going to pull YouTube off, add, wrong one, dum. Add an X tab, and we're going to drag and drop the old window out of the way here so that way we can focus on the other issues. So apparently Hassan and his orbiters are facing lawsuits. That's fun, according to the Drama Mill. Well, I'm not referring to Tectone directly when I say the Drama Mill. There's an orbit of drama that surrounds Hassan beyond just his orbiters. It's like Hassan, his allies, his orbiters, and then people who generally either report on him or are in direct conflict with him. So, I don't like to dip into that one too much because I think Hassan's a fucking idiot. He's a rich Nepo baby who literally doesn't contribute anything to society at all. He also promotes terrorism and is basically Twitch's golden boy, where they allow him to promote terrorism on their platform with numerous videos as evidence. I could just pull up a Nuxanor compilation of him supporting terrorism, and we'd be here for probably 2-3 hours easily. So, there's that. And that's without me actually reacting. That's just me straight up stealing Nux and Nor's content and just letting it play. Like, 100% we could be here for about 2 or 3 hours. So, anyway. Yeah, here's the problem. And I'm going to rebuff. I'm actually going to pull up the Rubin report on this one. You ever hear someone say something and you know they're just kind of ribbing you a little bit? Rand Paul is good at doing that. It's kind of comical.
There's plenty to talk about. There's a lot of serious problems going on, and happy to chat with you.
All right. Well, I'm always happy to have you on. And, well, you know, why don't we're obviously going to talk about the Israel-Iran situation, but why don't we hold that for a moment and first just get into some of this big, beautiful bill stuff, the budget stuff. There's been a little tension between you and Trump, then he kind of sort of brought you back in. Obviously, everyone knows your feelings on fiscal responsibility. Why don't you kind of just get us...
Okay. I'm going to clarify something here. I don't have any personal issues with Rand Paul. In fact, actually, normally, I agree with the guy. But there's some things recently that I don't really think he has all of his ducks in a row on, so to speak. Especially when it comes to Iran. And the reason for that is kind of just like, no shit, Sherlock. Like, look, let's be blunt. Back during the whole 9/11 and the 20-year war in the sandbox, Iran taking out the Khamenei regime should have been our top priority. Annihilating their regime in Iran should have been numero uno. Why it wasn't, I'll never know, and I don't think you will either. So here's the thing. Right now, Donald Trump is doing what George Bush and Obama and Biden never had the testicular fortitude to actually do. And the reason he's doing it is because he's a one-term president. Well, he's a two-term president, but this is his last term. And he doesn't have to worry about getting reelected. Okay? So he can kind of act with a little bit of impunity when it comes to dealing with Iran. And yes, there's going to be some people out there who say, but the Constitution says that he can't do that without the approval of Congress. Well, Congress gave the president the authority to act on certain situations, and one of those was actually Iran developing nuclear weapons. And actually, there's a part of the NATO charter that says that they're not allowed to, and there's a bunch of other things that says they're not allowed to as well. So, forcibly removing their capabilities of refining uranium, I'm perfectly fine with. Perfectly fine with. Number one, we don't have to put a single boot on the ground to make that happen. We could just bomb the shit out of their nuclear refinement sites, and we're done. Okay? They have virtually no more anti-air left. The very limited amounts that they have are very easily countered, either by having a skilled pilot, or just by, flying high enough that they don't pick your shit up. Which we have the capability of doing. Look up the B-52. Look up the B-2. Look up... Hell, I'd probably argue an AC-130 could probably fly high enough to avoid their current level of anti-air support. Now, this is where I'm going to disagree with Trump. We need to move fast. We need to deal with Khamenei. We need to deal with their nuclear capabilities. We don't need to wait 2 weeks. We need to send in the Air Force with our biggest, baddest bombs, a couple meaning like anywhere from 8 to 10 bunker busters, wreck every fucking bunker that has fucking Khamenei's name attached to it until he's dead. Okay? Send in a couple AC-130s with some 105 shells and bring the rain. Alright, like, tear out every terrorist organization campsite in their fucking border and leave. That literally a day. 2 days, maybe 3 days tops. No people on the ground. Just a whole lot of butt hurt for anyone chanting death to America. And that's it. And then come home, crack open a couple Bud Lights, and let them figure the rest of the shit out. Let the people of Iran fight it out for themselves, because they're gonna have to. Okay, that's number one. And to Putin, I'm not moving my people. We're building Iran up for nuclear capabilities. Dude, move them or get dead. Okay? We don't give a fuck. We're done giving a fuck about your involvement in the Middle East. Okay? You became irrelevant in the Middle East when you fucked up in Afghanistan 20 years before we did. Okay? You're irrelevant, literally. And you know what? If you leave your people in there and they get blown the fuck up, that's on you, because you knew this shit was going to happen. Not us. And we're not playing this fucking game where you get to play dictator of the fucking world. That is not going to fucking happen. You can kind of shove that little thought up your ass and die somewhere. Which, hopefully, no one has to do it for us, because, you know, from what I understood of it, you're not in the best of health anyway. And no offense, but it's starting to show through the makeup.
Maybe where you are, where you can cook, is where Bill will at, and then look at all this.
Well, we're in counseling right now. The president and I are working together.
Okay, that's another thing. To be fair, this guy is like super cautious on just about everything. It's because of his medical background. Very limited medical background. In fact, here, before we get too far into it, let's explain to you who Rand Paul actually is. Okay. He is the senator for Kentucky. Wikipedia is not a reliable source for information, but this is kind of like general knowledge, so I'm sure they can be trusted. Just a little bit. Yeah, he was a physician. I didn't know he was baptized in an Episcopal church. You learn something new every day. He's more or less a libertarian Republican, but effectively he believes in using caution and surgical precision, basically. He doesn't believe in taking a chainsaw where a scalpel is needed, which is fine, except Iran is chainsaw territory, not scalpel territory. And the American budget, I can appreciate him wanting to cut things in places and stop us from doing certain things that cost money. But that's another one of those scalpel versus chainsaw arguments. He wants to cut, he wants to save, which is fine. But it's kind of hard to save a country when you're having to deal with, the chief sponsor of terrorist organizations, state sponsor of terrorist organizations, which is Iran. It's kind of hard to cut a country's budget when you have to increase your defense budget to counter the fact that now everyday terrorists are capable of buying enriched uranium nuclear weapons from Iran. So that's kind of where we're at. You can sit here and argue about wanting to lessen the budget all that you want, but, we can either deal with them now or they're going to cost us more later. And not just in the matter of, actual money. At some point in time, if we get another fucking idiot Democrat in office who wants to unsecure our border, we could run into a situation where someone smuggles a live nuke across our border and detonates it in a city without having an aircraft. It's not a tenable situation. It needs to be dealt with before it gets to that point, and that's where Trump is coming from. That's where a lot of the quote-unquote pro-war people are coming from. The AEIOU organization, give me a second. Oh, I just had their stuff pulled up. Was it EA? Okay, yes, it is. The IAEA chief came out and said that Iran has enough enriched uranium to make a nuke right now. If you account for manufacturing time, you're looking at about 2 weeks. Which is where Donald Trump is thinking that he's safe to do that 2 weeks from. I'm of the mind that it's quick and clean. Get it over with. Cut the head off of the snake and let it die. Let it flop around. And if it grows back another head because it's a mutant, keep cutting damn heads off with airstrikes. Don't put boots on the ground, just keep cutting. Nope. We're done with this fucking game. I'm done. I think we're all done watching these people, replace one terrorist with another and letting these terror organizations attempt to take over the Middle East and cause instability worldwide. It's done. It's over. We're done with that shit. The forever wars are over. Okay? And to the CIA members that are encouraging this shit, knock it the fuck off. Please. We're tired of your bullshit anyway. Quit sending our money overseas to be used by fucking terrorists like you did back during the Obama years. Okay? Shame on you. You fucking idiots. Quit causing problems over there that we then have to turn around and go clean up just because you want to make it easier for us to get oil. I'd rather deal with the Iranian princes than I would these fucking asshats. Okay? And to be honest, we shouldn't even be dealing with them. We should be doing our own fucking oil right here at home. Plain and simple. In fact, America is more rich in resources than we give it credit for. Where we just found one of the largest lithium veins here in fucking Maine. We need to be not strip mining, but finding a safer, cleaner way to tap into those things. But Rand Paul's going to say a thing.
Not yet beautiful, Bill. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in it. A lot of stuff I've always supported and still do. The tax cuts are, most of the tax cuts from 2017. I voted for them then. Big supporter of them. I was in the Oval Office working with the president at the time to make those tax cuts.
This is where I'm going to disagree with Rand Paul. He's going to let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Sure that they applied to the entire middle class. I'm happy to make those permanent. I accept the understanding that you can cut tax rates and get more tax revenue. The idea of supply side economics, Art Labor, and I think over the 7 years that we've had those initial tax cuts, they actually did bring in more revenue. In the end, we didn't lose revenue with those tax cuts. We actually increased economic growth and ended up getting more revenue. There's some additional tax cuts added, and I'm for those too. So I really applaud that part of the bill. I do think the deficit's a problem, though, and we're running about a $2 trillion annual deficit. The question is, should we use this simple majority bill? There's very rare opportunities for a simple majority without a filibuster to pass a bill. Republicans only. Should we use this to cut spending? Because we know Democrats will never vote to cut spending. So
okay, yes, we absolutely should. 100%. Because the more spending that we cut, the more taxes that we cut for the American people, the better.
I think we shouldn't miss this opportunity. So far, I would say the spending cuts included in the bill are wimpy and anemic. And what do I mean by that? Work requirements.
That's because it's not a rescission bill. You can't... Alright, here's my understanding of the Congress. Effectively, what's happening here is you need to have a rescission bill that's a part of Congress itself. The rescission bill is where you do a majority of your spending cuts.
For Medicaid. I'm all for it. But you know when the initial bill is going to have the work requirements come in? 2029. After the Trump presidency was over. I mean, that is so wimpy as to be embarrassing. Now, the House Freedom Caucus argued it wasn't enough. They moved them up to 2026. But the work requirements still don't start until December of 2026 after the next election. Still pretty wimpy. We could have...
Okay. So if they're permanent cuts, who cares? I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to have them happen tomorrow, for sure, but as long as they get done, does that really matter?
States make more than their fair share, which could save, and they've actually put twice as much spending in here. In fact, I found out today, even in my committee, they're spending $6 billion and they're calling it reimbursement to the military for the border. So they're getting $150 billion. Now they're sneaking another later.
Okay.
People have to kind of do the math. And so my questioning started very simple. I Googled how much does a fence cost? How much does a wall cost? And I got the government website, and I thought, well, the government's a fairly reliable, this is the Trump administration, it should be a reliable number. But there is some trusting, then there's some estimates. Now, what a wall has cost in the past should be a fact. They should be able to give you a fact. How much per mile? Right. Now, they're saying it costs more because they're replacing the fence. So, I'm open to believing that. But that means the 6.5 number might not be right, but she told me 12 two weeks ago. And now they want like $25.
Told you years ago when I was coming around. I didn't vote for Trump the first time. Obviously, I was a huge supporter last time and now. But the need instead of with their principles. So let me ask you this. I know it's a little in the weeds, but if a tariff is a tax, is it a tax when he's just using it as a leverage point of negotiation, do you think, or is it a tax? Does it become a tax only when it's signed into law? In other words, if he's talking to China or to any other country and saying, hey, we're going to tariff you. In essence, that's not a tax until it's put in law. He's using that as leverage. That's been the way I've seen it.
Well, actually, it becomes a law immediately upon consent and writing it down. It's not even a law, though, because it never passes Congress. Congress never votes.
No.
Now, I'll give you an example.
Tariffs are one of those rare situations where a president can just say, hey, we're tariffing you, and, he doesn't need Congress or the Senate to approve of it. It's one of the few times that he's allowed to do a thing without approval. And the other one being courtesy, again, of Congress, is illegal immigration. The President and the Secretary of State, as well as ICE, have what are called administrative warrants, and the due process afforded to illegal immigrants is literally, if you're here illegally, they write up an administrative warrant with your fucking name on it. They arrest you, they show you the warrant, and then you're basically heading off to a deportation court where a judge, literally an immigration judge, asks you, do you have your papers? Yes or no, and if your answer is no, you're on your next plane out of here. That's literally how the due process in immigration works. When ICE is rounding these people up with these warrants, it's so they can go before an immigration judge. And literally it takes 2 minutes to ask, do you have your papers? And if the answer is no, you're out. Literally, that is the only question that's asked. There is no ceremonialism to it. There's nothing about it. They've set you before a court judge. The judge asks you if you have any proof that you're not there illegally, and if you don't, you're basically on your way out. If you do, but you don't have it on you, you're given 24 to 48 hours, I think they said, to up to 2 weeks, depending on the situation, to produce it to ICE. That is then supposed to submit it to the same immigration court judge, where he basically rubber stamps your stuff and says you're okay to be here. That being said, I'm also going to point something out that a lot of people don't like to hear. Immigration judges can revoke green cards and your naturalization 100%. And so can the President and the Secretary of State, and there's very little you can do about it. You can petition the government to reconsider, but that's about it.
I had a guy come in the other day and he makes detergent in these little cardboard packages, and it's,
He's not taking your approach, let's say, on the tariffs.
what would your hope the president's asking them to do from even the people to be national and unifying moment? If that happens, one, they give up, that'd be great, and that'd be the intended result. But if they don't give up, part of the community of nations, we've been wrong, we're sorry, and we're going to try to do better. Now, given their view, we should acknowledge that everybody else disobeys it, so we'll disobey. So that's the first thing. We're going to have a debate on that. I don't think the president will come to Congress, and I think he will ignore it altogether if he does bomb. I still might hope that he will not bomb, and the reason is this. What is unknown with the bombing is what happens next. So there are two distinct possibilities. Maybe.
Okay. Here's where I'm going to disagree with him. Our military force is very precise. The reason that we did not take out Osama bin Laden sooner was because we had orders not to take him out sooner. There have been many whistleblowers to that fact. Many. Very many. We had known where he was for almost 8 years, and we were literally just pissing around in the desert because we wanted to play, nation builder and kingmaker effectively under Bush and Obama. And that was basically what it was. It was trying to set up for one specific president to get a notch on his belt, and that was about it. And it was not going to be George is it Herbert Walker that's the younger one, or Washington? I forget. Anyway, point being, it was supposed to be the president that came after George Bush, the second George Bush. Which, by the way, I wasn't even old enough to vote at that point in time, and had I been, I would have voted independent. Or I would have just stayed the fuck home. I do not like George Bush. I do not like the Bush family. I have never liked the Bush family. I think they're a bunch of feckless neocons who don't know what they're doing. And I think most of their riches were either hand-me-downs from previous generations, or they managed to or they stumbled into it. And I legitimately don't think they have two brain cells amongst all of them to rub together to maintain their political presence. And I'm hoping that's the case, or I'm hoping the new generation is smarter and has their brains well planted on their head, in their skulls, to where they can recognize where we should be involved and where we shouldn't. Shutting down Iran, not nuking, but putting an end to the Islamic terror state that is the Islamic Republic of Iran, and returning the power of Iran back to the Iranian princes and the people of Iran is probably a really good idea. That being said, to the Iranian prince, if you're going to take power back, you need to have an honor guard of some kind. You can't just run in there and claim power and do it bare ass, basically. Look, whether you like the idea or not, there are still going to be terrorist sympathizers in your nation that you are going to have to deal with. And the reason that we don't want your nation to have a nuclear weapon is because those people exist. And we have them here in the United States. The difference is that our military is in complete control of our nuclear arsenal, and no other force except for the American public and the United States president have any sort of sway over the military. And that's just the way that it is. He is called the Commander-in-Chief. I'm going to disagree with what he's going to say here, because I know I've had family in the U.S. military since before I was born. And I know how the U.S. military operates well enough to understand that Ayatollah Khomeini has fucked around for 46 years. And now he's going to find the fuck out.
One possibility is you bomb Fordo, and it's completely successful. Iran unconditionally surrenders, as the president's asked her to do. We want to be part of the community of nations, and we've been wrong. We're sorry.
They won't do that. No.
Now, given their behavior over the last 20 or 30 years, given the behavior of most nations that are, bombed repeatedly, you typically get the opposite reaction. Usually it breeds nationalism. Even the people who don't like the mullahs, they all run together to hold the flag. They actually have a national unifying moment. If that happens, one, they give up. That'd be great. And that'd be the intended result. If they don't give up, what if they decide that they're greatly humiliated by this, and their only way of saving face is to create the bomb as soon and as quickly as possible, and that they race towards it? For months now, or actually for years,
You won't be racing towards shit if your nuclear production facilities are a parking lot.
and saying they're only weeks away from having enrichment capability of having a bomb. There is one possibility that the bombing promotes them and provokes them to going ahead and making the bombs. That's a possibility. There is a possibility that there is an upheaval. There is a possibility. I don't think there's really a possibility of occupying Iran in any way.
No.
Israel could or wants to. I don't think the U.S. could or wants to.
Well, okay, so I'm going to stop him right there. The U.S. absolutely could. We just don't want to. Actually, Iran would not be that hard to occupy. The question is, why would you? You want to know the best answer to all of this? Take out Ayatollah Khomeini, annihilate the canal that is in the Port of Hormuz or whatever it's called there. Turn that into an open fucking cul-de-sac so it can't be controlled by fucking anybody. Just literally take that peninsula and just take a couple of bombs and just turn it into seawater. And just prove the point that you're not going to play these fucking games with the rest of the fucking world, and it's just not going to happen. Now, my question is, based off of what I've seen in the Gulf of Persia, I'm assuming that there's like 2 or 3 other countries involved. In fact, we're going to actually pull up the map. Gulf of Persia. Okay. Alright, so there are literally like, there's more than just a couple. Okay. You have the United Arab Emirates, you have Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait. Okay, so it's not as simple as just like 2 or 3. There's more than a couple. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so this is actually a major port, but it has little to do with, you know, Israel. Huh. Interesting. I probably wouldn't go check it out given the current state of affairs. But. Oh, no. Okay. I'm going to clarify a little personal point before we get too far into the news. These places in the Middle East, I would love to go visit. Like, I'd love to go get my picture taken in front of the pyramids. I'd love to explore the pyramids themselves and see what's underneath them, because everyone says there's something underneath them. You know, there are a lot of things over there that I'd love to see for myself. Jerusalem, for example, I would like to see the Mound of Golgotha. You know, there are locations in Jordan, like I'd love to try to figure out where David killed Goliath, which was somewhere in the Middle East. You know, these are all the things I'd love to see. And I would actually like to see Tehran turn back into what it used to be prior to 1976. According to what I understand of it, it used to be a very beautiful place that was just like, it was like a paradise in, you know, in its own right. Can I just kind of point something out, that there are a lot of national parks in an area that's kind of a war-torn shithole? But so Russia just wants access to this, but they already have, yeah, they already have access though. Like a lot of access to the Black Sea. So what's the big deal? Why? That makes no sense. Actually, well, no, it still doesn't make any sense. Ukraine doesn't even play a factor there, because Russia is... Alright, if the map lines are accurate, Russia already has a ton of access to the Black Sea. And this little puddle here, the Sea of Azov, why does that matter? It really, realistically, it shouldn't. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm just not looking at the terrain, maybe? Let me see. Do we have a... I know I'm kind of getting off into the weeds here a little bit. Oh, let's see. Layers. Yeah, I want the terrain mapping. Okay, so that's like mountains. And there's actually towns, like there's one small village there. Okay, so turning this into Dubai is right there, so turning this into a literal straightway is just not gonna happen anytime soon. Even if you were to dig a canal through there, it wouldn't be effective. It's just not really. It's not really in the realm of possibility. I didn't realize that. So I guess you can't really turn a decent portion of the United Arab Emirates into, into a connecting bit between the Gulf of Oman and the Persian Gulf. Okay. So then your only choice is to completely remove Iran's ability to control this part of the seawater, basically. Huh. Man, I didn't realize. I always thought. Call me stupid. But I always thought Qatar was a part of Africa, like closer to Africa on the other side of Saudi Arabia. I did not realize that they were that close to Iran. So. It's literally, from what I can tell, a majority of our issues in the Middle East have been across 3 nations. It's been Iraq, Iran, and Afghanistan. Some people would say, well, Syria, Jordan, Israel, yada, yada, yada. The stuff in Syria has been done for a while. The stuff in friggin' Jordan has been done for a while. Saudi Arabia, they generally, as far as I can tell, we haven't had any problems with anything involving them for quite some time. But, alright, so this is effectively just like a mountain range with people living in it. Alright. Let's see what we're looking at here. So if this is Tehran, then where's that bunker by comparison that they keep showing on the news? I think they kept showing a star somewhere around here for it. Okay. Well, you can't really do shit with Iraq. Just to kind of clarify something about the Gaza Strip, you people who are screaming about Gaza, Jerusalem's the size of New Jersey. The Gaza Strip is the size of, like, a district in New York. Just as a heads up. So when people say stuff like, oh, free the Gazan people because they're a part of Palestine, there is no such thing. Palestine does not exist. As far as I can tell, it never has. You got Pakistan, okay, all the way the hell over here. But, no. See, the problem is that Hamas is operating in that little scrap of land that we could literally turn into a parking lot and slap a friggin' Walmart and a couple hotels in there and a couple apartment buildings, and you probably wouldn't even know that there was a conflict there. It'd take about 5 years. Couple $1 billion. That's about it. Let's see. Okay, so Iran is not a small country. It's actually kind of sizable. About the size of Alaska, give or take. Yeah. Yeah, a little smaller than Alaska, actually. So, there are 2 hotspots right now. You got Iran and you got Ukraine. So, my issue with what Russia's doing is that Russia has access to the Black Sea already, right straight through Istanbul and around Bursa, just like everyone else does. Right through this canal, just like the rest of the friggin' world has to do when it comes to shipping. There is really no reason for them to demand occupation in Ukraine. They already have enough tactical surface here to actually commit quite a few bad things, which is why I question the West a little bit on this. Like, if Putin really wanted to be a pain in the nuts, he could just set up a buttload of naval bases here And if he really wanted to be a thorn in everyone's side, he could just sail it right on through, Istanbul, through down around Athens, and just infect the Mediterranean with Russian, everything, if he wanted to. So, I mean, he doesn't have to be a nuisance with the nukes. I don't understand why he doesn't, actually. It's probably a smarter move than saber-rattling nuclear weapons every time you turn around. There's probably some treaty somewhere. Oh, I'm sure. Interesting. Very interesting. It's actually a place. I mean, it's like a place. Cool. Alright, we'll get back to the news. And we'll,
Or I don't even think there's a capability to ride the back country again. But I know that
Oh, no, there
we're
is.
trying to
There
sort of
is.
force on nation building or nation changes, even in tiny countries that were really backwards like Afghanistan.
okay. Tiny countries like Afghanistan. It's almost the size of Iran, you dummy.
Weren't very successful.
But he is right about that, by the way.
Is that I think it's unknown what the response to this is. It could be one, but I think virtually equal could be the other response. Could be, I think it's actually less likely that they give up and capitulate. I think it's more likely they make
No. See, they're not going to give up and capitulate. What they're going to do is they're going to seize the power vacuum, and you're going to have conflict in Iran for a number of years because of the power vacuum as to who takes charge next. And it's not going to be a simple majority win. It's going to be they're going to be fighting over it for the next 10, 20 years kind of thing. And, it'll be a choice between the old Islamic terror regimes and the new princes of Iran, or the former princes of Iran, who I would argue are the only ones to legitimately advocate for control over Iran because they're the ones with the legitimate crown or any sort of authority. The Islamic terror regimes, at the behest of France, of all fucking people, only took control because of a coup, and that was it, and it should have never happened, but France is a bunch of fucking idiots. And Macron is just welcoming this shit to happen over and over again because he's a part of that forever war mechanism that they want to keep in place, which is why a lot of people want him gone.
Russian a mad dash for his game long.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm completely with you on the congressional authorization part, which is also consistent with everything I've said for years. Unfortunately, it just doesn't seem like the system operates like that. But that aside, what do you think the proper way for America to
Well, the system doesn't operate like that because the Congress ceded that control to the president years ago, which was not constitutional, but they did it anyway. Just like gun control isn't constitutional, but they do it anyway.
be an ally in? So if America is to not get involved, which I think you can make a completely cogent argument around that, what do you think the best way to be just an ally is? I mean, Iran had terror proxies that killed at least 46 Americans on October 7th. Like, how do we negotiate that?
I think that we have been a good ally to Israel over time. I think
Well, you can be a good ally and then you can be a crap ally. A good ally is someone who stands by you, but a crap ally says they're standing by you, and then when you're at your worst fucking moment or when you're trying to capitalize on something, they pull back and let you kind of fail. So.
that there are some people who I think recently got to our country who, are somehow cheerleading for Hamas and thought October 7th was not a big deal. Most people, including myself, were horrified by what happened on October 7th, and there's no sympathy at all for this. In fact, there probably goes close to zero once you see what they did to women and children, and they're still trading off not only maybe living hostages but dead hostages. What kind of people do that? What kind of barbarism actually would trade hostages? I actually don't understand people that would support that and say, oh, well, they have such a great cause. It's like, well, a great cause, but they America did this as a ruse to put them at ease before the attack happened. So I think there will be some resistance from Iran. But let's say Iran is so militarily defeated, and I think they have been in many ways by these attacks, and they say we will negotiate. Right now we're at an inflection point where there might be some possibility. The moment it's our plane and our bomb that drops on them, I think the small possibility of a negotiated settlement goes away, and
I think it depends on what majority exists in the population. Do you have more people who are against the 46-year terrorist, illegitimate terrorist regime, Islamic regime that overtook Iran? Or do you have more people in support of? That's really where the crux of the argument is going to be. It's not going to be, what percentage are Christian or Islamic. No, it's going to be who's sick of Ayatollah Khamenei's bullshit and who isn't, who supports him. And I think that if we don't take him out now, if we don't decapitate their organization, if we don't annihilate their training camps, if we don't at least see the Iranian people in small arms methods, make sure that they're armed and capable of defending themselves, you're going to have a bloodbath. That's what he's not saying, because he can't say it. The second he says it, it makes all the neocons that he works with look like a bunch of feckless idiots, because they are.
Back to where we are, we may be back to this sort of problem. And then the thing about bombing countries is just amazing militarily what the Israelis have been able to do, and the sophistication we have in showing Israel's dominance over the sky.
Another thing, we can also provide satellite and heat map support over Iran and not have to launch a single bomb and just let Israel do it. We just feed them the friggin' weapons and let them do it.
And everything else. But there is a question, in order to actually have...
I don't know how much you're paying attention to what's going on X or Twitter these days, but it's getting a little hot on our side, so I appreciate...
Let's see if we can't. Who? Oh, this chuckle nut. Yes, he's absolutely a Trojan horse. Do not vote for this person. Do not vote for Zoran Mamdani. Do not. He is literally just a jihadist who is camouflaging himself into New York politics. Do not vote him in. Yeah. No. The guy is possibly the worst decision New York City can ever make. Bye. Don't care. I think that if a man chooses a younger girlfriend, as long as she's within legal age, that's between the two of them. Oh no, I think Tim Pool is right on that. The liberal world order is collapsing. Yep. This is also true. Flop 2.0. Oh, they're trying to organize a new national protest on the 4th of July. Oh man, these people are so retarded. Yeah, actually it is. In fact, if I could get a pass to go there, I probably would. Yeah, I'm with Basil on that one. Basil. That's disgusting. Fucking degenerate ass behavior that needs to be dealt with. Jeez, if he's 15 years old, I'd hate to see him at 30. The facts, dude. Okay. That's awesome. I like seeing good cops like that. That makes me happy. They had to arrest the DoorDash driver, so the cop took the food, found the address, and delivered it. That's nice. It's good. Oh, no. Oh, you don't do that shit in Russia. Nope. Yep. Could have told you that was going to happen. Yeah, it's perfectly legal in Russia to smack each other pretty good if you feel so inclined. I've actually seen reporters get snapped a good one right in the face just online, and it's all Russia. Yep. Oh yeah. I can't say that because I'm streaming. Oh. America doesn't deserve black culture. No comment. Too bad. Show me your disability, dude. No. Actually looks better without the hair. He'd look better without it. Yeah, that's a pretty big red flag, actually. No, it's not. The glasses maker kind of remind me of Ted Kaczynski a little bit. Or some other serial killers. Dude. What the... Oh, look at the piggies. NASCAR's turned into a fucking joke. Bunch of spineless cowards run the fucking show nowadays. It's not worth watching. What kind of wrong lane are we talking about here? That's clearly an interstate highway. Was she on a smaller road at some point, driving down the wrong side of the road? Or was she just camping out in the fast lane? Because, I mean, both of those aren't really good, but like... That's fair. Actually, skin color doesn't matter. It's more about who you are inside, to be blunt. Yeah, for me, being vegan is a big red flag. But that being said, my being married should be a big red flag for anyone who's looking for anything like that. Because I'm not interested. There's only one person I'm interested in, and that is my wife. So, yeah, to those who don't know, I recently got married. Like, last weekend, actually. Friday, last week. So, a week ago. Friday the 13th. I got married on Friday the 13th. What could possibly go wrong there? Alright, you're just recycling stuff, Twitter. They're not very good posts. Today... that drama was a distraction. Lizard people behaving badly. Yeah, possibly. Maybe. Got a little bit of SCOTUS action going on today. Putting the nationwide injunction scheme in danger. I hope they put a stop to it entirely. It needs to stop. Look, it's Walmart. They'll be fine. I'm gonna call these two unhinged on this take. Trump was never sacred. He's just a person doing a job that he was elected to do. Sorry, that does not allow you the benefit of being considered sacred in any way, shape, or form. No, I gotta stop with. I gotta stop your thumbnail right there, bud. You want to end the conflict? Decapitate the Islamic terror state. Take out Khomeini. Take out Ayatollah Khomeini and it'll end. The power vacuum alone will keep them so busy fighting amongst themselves that, you know, we might actually have 10 years of fucking peace for a change. Ah, that's relieving to see. Now, can you come do main next, please? Ice? Please? If Pokemon could sing, half of your legendaries would probably be singing, "Kill me!" Just saying. I actually want to play Borderlands 4 just to see what they did different from 2 and 3. Not even so much that I really care about the game at this point. I just want to see what's oh so different. Yeah. Mexican dad tries white people tacos. I'm going to. I don't like hard shell tacos. I never have. And yet I love tortilla chips. Makes no sense. That... It's Blade. How can you not write an easy script about Blade? Oh, I love the Fat Electrician. He's awesome. I could literally just put his stuff, you know. Huh. I guess welcome to the fold. No, when you think anti-gravity, you think sci-fi. Alright, so now we're getting back into old thumbnails, and... Okay, well, there's nothing wrong with being critical of a bill. Even if you supposedly support the bill. There's plenty of things in the big, beautiful bill that people keep chatting about, and I'm like, yeah, I kind of... But there's stuff in it that I like. I love the idea of the tax cuts. Are you kidding? Having more tax refund money in our pocket each year? I'd love to see it if it would have gut the tax system entirely so they'd stop taking it out of our paychecks. But, you know... Alright, that's it for the news, I think. We've covered the weather, we've covered the news. I'd cover some biblical topics, but I kind of burnt myself out on that doing a thing yesterday. So, let's pop open Steam, the store, and let's see what they have for gaming news. Let's see. War Thunder has some news. Let's go with the global. Dune Awakening accolades trailer. Radar control screen, how it works. Final Fantasy 14. I wish I had that game. Ark Survival Ascended, more War Thunder stuff. Repo, The First Descendant. I do have that. And that was yesterday, so they probably won't be patching it today. Ooh. Tides of Terraria will be released on Wednesday. Okay. Cool beans. Mortal Kombat franchise sale. When they said Mercenaries, I didn't see Path of Exile. I was really hoping they meant, like, Mercenaries the game. You know. Mountain Blade 2, Hunt Showdown 1896, Destiny 2, Apex Legends, Dead by Daylight, Hearts of Iron, Victoria 3, Broken Arrow, RimWorld. Okay. Oh, that actually looks like an interesting game. Ugh. Just see if I can colony simulator, base building, survival strategy. Okay. More fun. This is just recycling the stuff that I already looked at. Let's see what Mortal Kombat games are on sale. Again, if my computer decides to cooperate for a change, I'll make it cooperate if I must. Mortal Kombat 11. Okay, let's see here. There we go. Up to 90% off. Yeah, for Mortal Kombat 11 and Ultimate is probably your two best bets. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of fighting games, but I don't necessarily hate them either. And Mortal Kombat, alright, so I date back to Mortal Kombat Armageddon on the PlayStation 2. So this stuff is kind of meh to me, but at the same token, there's that. Okay, that you're talking about two games for the price of, like, an indie title, so that's interesting to me. But I guess my big interest in the Mortal Kombat games was back in the day they had a create your own character, create your own fighter, and I wonder if they still have that. It's not that I'm going to spend any money on games. I'm not, because we're kind of in a budget crunch right now. But Yeah, see, that sucks. Yeah, yeah, that kind of sucks. So Mortal Kombat Armageddon is the only one that had to create a fighter. It existed on the Wii, the Xbox, and the PlayStation 2. So there is a chance that if the Nintendo Switch 2 gets to the point of backward compatibility of being able to handle Wii titles, we might see that return. I thought it was on the GameCube, but apparently not. So, I'm not the biggest Mortal Kombat fan, but Mortal Kombat Armageddon was actually really good in my opinion. You didn't only have the fighting element to it, although that was the main part to the game. You also had a puzzle mini game and a Mortal Kombat, a Motor Combat, which was a cartoonish driving game influenced by Mario Kart. It was a fun game. It was fun. That was the important part to Mortal Kombat Armageddon, was that it was fun. Would I have liked to see them carry over Motor Kombat, Conquest Mode, and Creative Fighter? Absolutely. Those three modes in the modern titles would absolutely smack if they were to do it. You're talking about being able to take stuff like Jason Voorhees and all of your DLC characters, and they turn into literal suit items for your characters as you see fit. That's amazing. That is an amazing idea. Warner Brothers absolutely should capitalize on that 110% and do whatever they need to make that happen. Not that I want to see Mortal Kombat turn into a live service shit show, but just that it's what people want, man. You let us make our own fighters and just get out of the way. Oh, I don't have that installed. Yes, accept. Okay. So we have a number of choices for games today. We've got Destiny 2. I can grab one of the Fallout titles. I have an entire Nintendo Switch full of games. We have the Fallout games, including New Vegas' Ultimate Edition. We've got Doom the Dark Ages, which I didn't particularly care for that much. We've got the Halo games, Craftopia. I don't need I need that library back up. Did I just see the okay, yeah. Those are cloud gaming. Let's see. They actually have quite the Doom lineup. The only one I don't have on here is the 2016 Gone Fishing. That's awesome. Bethesda. That's amazing. Let's see. Dragon Ball Xenoverse is a controller game for me. That is not a keyboard and mouse game for me. Pal World. We could do a restart on Pal World. The Resident Evil 2 titles are actually pretty fun. Remnant 2 and Remnant from the Ashes are ridiculously fun titles to play. I'm not so sure how they translate into streaming titles. And that's kind of where we're at on a lot of these games. Is like, I know a lot of these are really fun to play, like, personally. But watching them on a YouTube stream is a bit of a different story. And if I'm going to do Doom 1, Doom 2, or any of the other Doom titles, it's going to be for doing, like, all the secrets and stuff. And that is a pain in the a-hole. Let's see here. No, that's not what I was wondering. Let's see here. Only 40? You guys are coming out with the new ones soon, and this one's only 40? Come on, guys. Also, kind of disappointing that this is the only, like, Borderlands title on the Xbox app. Not that that matters, because I have Steam. Where we can actually just kind of go to the store. None of the titles are on sale right now, which is fine. I didn't expect them to be. Okay, if I'm going to buy any of the Borderlands stuff, it's just going to be the Legendary Collection if they have it. Like the big collection that has everything in it. Yeah, nice try. Yeah, it'd probably be the Pandora's Box bundle. It's literally all the Borderlands games. Yeah, and the pre-sequel is involved too. So it's 1 through 3, including the pre-sequel, with all the DLC and everything. If you buy everything individual, it's like almost $650. If you buy it with a bundle, it's only $150. Which I know, only $150. Yeah, well, you know. The Division's alright, but that's another one of those titles I prefer using a controller with at this point. Oh, let's see. I was not a big fan of Diablo 4. Actually, no. Instead of looking at the new games, where are you? I have to reinstall this, because we're going to get back into playing that, I think. Because I've put in 730 hours. And it's a good game, in my opinion. Actually, it is the title that's going to get me, that got me more shorts views than anything else, as well as better viewership, like channel wide across multiple platforms. I did want to check out Marvel Rivals at some point. It's just not at that point yet. Maple Story's okay, but I am not doing it on stream. It's kind of something I just fall asleep to. Fuzzy visitor. Ho ho. Oh yeah. Daddy got a fuzzy. Oh, she does. Yeah, he's a good boy. Yeah, okay. I know, you're upset because Dad took Mom to work and you didn't get to go with because you like to go after my arms while I'm driving. So, can't have that. Is that game even functional anymore? Yeah. Okay. How about this one? Maybe? That's still running. Expendables. Firefall. I don't think this one's still functional, is it? Maybe it is. Okay. It's been 9 years, but yeah. I actually need that for a project. Fuck Godot. I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that. That. I think we're gonna skip it. Oh, I can't skip XP. RPG Maker XP is fun. I just wish I could migrate my 2003 to MZ. This has got better dev controls. Alright, we'll just grab some downloads right quick. Let's see here. Starbreak. Are you even functional at this point? Possibly. Maybe at some point, we'll see. Warframe. And I got Master Duel running already on here, so... Okay, I believe that's everything that I really need. I think we're going to reinstall Skyrim, but actually I might play that for a little bit. Let's see. I don't even know if that's gonna work. It might. It's so old, it might not, though. People still talk about this game. Holy crap. That's impressive, actually. I'll probably have to troubleshoot that one later. That won't take much longer. Actually, yeah, we can check that out. We'll check out Destiny 2 for just a moment. It is Friday. It's not quite noon yet. But we'll check to see if a certain individual has shown his face again. We can close out some of the extra stuff. BuzzFeed, you're so full of shit, no one regrets their vote. I'll take shit that's not happening for, 3,000 Alex. Piggies. Probably scanning the ship. Yeah, dude. I can't show that on stream, but that's pretty damn clever. Oh, we're so close to finishing up the season pass on here.
happy in Belgium. They're happy in France. They're happy in Holland. They're happy in Italy. They're happy in Germany. They're happy in Spain. They're happy in Sweden. They're happy in Denmark. They're happy in the USA and Canada. They're happy in Norway and India. They're very happy in England. Loads of welfare benefits. They're happy in almost every country that is not Islam. And who do they blame? Not Islam. Not their leadership. Not themselves. They blame the countries they are happy in. And they want to change the countries they're happy in to be like the countries they came from where they were unhappy.
Yep. Bingo.
Let's see this problem.
Cut the apples into thirds. Seriously, if you have 2 apples and three people, cut the apples into thirds. It's not that hard. Then everyone gets 2/3. Okay, is he here yet? No, he's not. I'll be going over Zur's goodies when he gets here at noon time. I'll probably stay on a little bit later than noon. Not much. That one's less for me. That's for you guys. I have a lot of the exotics in that game already. You have no life. I've been playing the game a long time. A really, really darn long time. See if glide version works. Looks like it might. Can I window you? But I can't drag you over to the other window. That is so lame. Lame sauce. But yes, that one does appear to work. Good. Cool. Let's take a look at Game Character Hub Portfolio Edition. Okay. No, I know what I'm doing here. Let's create a new character. Oh, let's see here. Names. Okay. Hit the edit button. Man, it has been a while since I've used this. It's too bad they didn't have something like this that worked for 2003. That'd be great. You know what? It's not for any like big project. It's just me kind of dippy doing around with it a little bit. It could turn into something. Let's see. We'll cut the helmet. Male. Actually, female. Rear hair. That's not what I wanted. Crap. Okay, let's see. You get to watch me learn. Relearn, rather. Oh, sweet, you can even change the hair color. Okay. Now, how do I make you go from... Haha, I forgot to add the mouth. Mouth. Nose. Okay, and no, I just need to select a certain part of you can tell he doesn't have any eyes either. Let's see if we can't fix that little number. There we go. Looks freaky without eyes. Oh, that's my eyes. Eyes. Let's see here. Go with red. And we'll go back and bounce to the ears. Somewhat believable looking character. It's just the hat that needs to be... Excuse me. Bangs. Just trying to modify him to look a little bit more charactery. Hair in the rear. Can go down a little bit. back can also go down a smidge. And that means they can bring the hat. Technically speaking, he doesn't need the hat. The hat is just an optional thing. And I might actually just remove it. Nose is a little bit off as well. And those eyes sit a little bit awkward too. So we'll grab those bangs again. Make him look a little bit more human. I think that's worthy of a save. Dude, brain, where are you? We'll put it under documents. There you go. Ta-da! We just made a character on Character Maker, our Game Character Hub Portfolio Edition. Capable of being dumped into, I believe I made this one for MZ, or MV, I forget which one I have. And now I can go dump him into a game that I make at some point, using that game engine. Versus, now let's talk about this for just a second. Back when I was doing Osarian Heroes, and it's still in production, by the way, still in development, I had to download a template that I had to steal from online from somebody. Sorry, Kira. I had to sit there in Microsoft Paint and paint over their template for all of the battler actions just to make friggin' the characters. Yeah. For Osarian Heroes, that sucked ass. Like, I literally had to use Kira's template for a bare body as like a model just so I could start coloring in, changing their skin color pixel by pixel. I had to do it all. It was not fun. I don't recommend it. And our RPG Maker MZ coupled with Game Creator Hub, or Game Character Creator Hub, whatever you want to call it, Portfolio Edition, this is so much easier to work with. I'm not even kidding. The fact that I can just get in here and just move objects around and not have to, you know, it makes so much difference. It is so much faster too. Like, I can make Edmund and Ziria in this software so much faster than I can in RPG Maker 2003. And they look better too. I've actually been tempted to just scrap the 2003 project and just reboot it in MZ. I've been so tempted to do that. Like, we haven't even started really writing in the story. We just have the map created. And I kind of feel like that software would be better for what we're doing. But at the same token, I don't want to dump the project on its own. And I hope Capcom doesn't get so mad about me making an RPG Maker character that looks like one of theirs, but not exactly. I think we're going to I think actually the game that we're going to make is probably going to be Osarian Heroes once we get, you know, because this was our honeymoon over the last week. We didn't really do anything on as far as production went. Oh, Skyrim's done. Thank you. Anyway, let's just save and quit that. See if we can get Skyrim to launch without issue. Oh. How annoying. Skyrim was in fact not done. Not quite. Huh. Okay. Oh yeah, it was MZ. Huh. Oh, we'll launch that one with a new project, I think. Also, the built-in engine makes this really easy too. I could actually probably remake the same character. Or not. There appears to be limitations. Quite a few of them, actually. Now, let's see here. Oh, that was a mistake. Great. Yeah, because of the nature of the TV itself. We're gonna try to adjust. Yeah. It's not gonna work, so we're just gonna minimize that a little bit. that. This will have to be done on the computer screen, unfortunately, because it's being a smart mouth. Alright, then here's what we do. Streamlabs. Or not. You know what? No, we're not going to mirror that chat. In fact, we're probably not going to do anything else with the RPG Maker stuff, because while we're waiting, I'm probably just going to kill some time on YouTube, and we're going to actually probably end up having to take a restroom break, but yeah. Ooh. Uh-oh. No, let's see. Which 13 states? Maine is obviously not one of them. Puerto Rico isn't a state. It's a territory, but okay. Okay, so there's exceptions and limitations. I kind of figured. I don't know why I did it that way. I could have just opened a new tab. Tectone covering Hassan, Asman covering the psychology behind Will Clef's meltdowns. I don't know about that. I'm not into palm reading. Hey, Webleys are pretty cool. Actually. Hate those videos. They're so... Alright. This actually elevates to a level of talk-worthiness. This is crap. I actually like Dirty Civilian. I like his stuff. I may check it out after we're done on stream today. At some point, before my fiance gets out of work at 4, I have to go find some fried clams somewhere. Yeah. If you have a gun in the car, it's in a case, it's not loaded, keep your mouth shut. Especially if it's in the trunk. Just, they don't need to know. They don't need to fucking know what's in your trunk. If they ask for consent to search your vehicle, tell them no. Do you have a warrant? A car is your private space. Do you have a warrant? Do you have a probable cause or a warrant? And they cannot use those two questions as probable cause. It is illegal. Yeah, what's surprising is that she's able to put rounds down range with accuracy. Actually, it's not surprising. It's friggin' awesome. Kid's a badass as far as I'm concerned. Where did my chat boxes go? Of course. Now I have to play Where Did You Go? Stop opening the website. I just need the stuff in app. There we go. Ugh. Man, this is a pain in the neck sometimes. We have to shrink a little bit. You get to go there. Okay. Yeah, the kid puts rounds downrange with some accuracy, which at her age is very impressive with a SIG M18. You could do both. Uh, 45 ACP is good against just about everything as far as animal defense is concerned and people. A lot of people like to say that's a FUD caliber. It is a FUD caliber, but it was designed to kill cows. Cows are very heavy, thick animals. If you want the simple answer to the question without too much like research and all that crap and having to learn where to shoot or whatever, and you just want your target to go down, 45 ACP. Now you're just repeating old thumbnails from a while ago. Trying to remember if I have an empty pouch that I can show you what a go bag for me would look like. I actually don't have any empty pouches because they're all tied up in my bug out bag. Let me see here. Show you some examples of EDC items that I carry. I'm not going to bring my gun out because I'd have to go to the back room, get it out of its case. Well, I mean, out of the vest that I have it attached to anyway. This, courtesy of Corporal's Corner, is my favorite item. Sean Kelly and whoever actually made these things, you guys are amazing. The only complaint that I had was finding the lighter to fit this. In my area, these mini lighters, for some reason, were hard to find. And I didn't realize, and I'm not sure if you guys do at this moment, make a version of this with a bigger lighter in mind. But that's okay. Ferro rod. Leatherman. This one's just a crap Walmart version of a multi-tool, right? Not looking to do any heavy work with it. It's more for the pliers and the can opener and just like the screwdrivers and stuff. Not looking to get too expensive on this one. This is a daily carry. I expect it to break at some point. Sharpie marker, black Sharpie. You never know when you're going to have to put something in big bold letters like I'm hiding in this box in, say, a foreign language or some made-up language that only you and one other person can understand. Obviously, we have our ferro rod. I carry a Bic lighter on my person all the time. My keychain for my car actually is not over here. I think it's on either the kitchen table or on top of the refrigerator. Has a ferro rod, a Bic lighter, and a magnesium stone on it. I also carry just a loose one in my pocket because I have found that a lot of people who smoke end up stealing my lighters, and it irritates me. But I also maintain a collection of like 30 of these things, despite the fact that I don't smoke. Okay. Now, on my person right now, and I know this is going to violate YouTube's terms of service. I'm going to kiss my ass right now because I'm not undoing my belt. I carry this. This is a actually from the same people who make my machete. What are they called? It's the Carnivore X. Here, give me a second. The Camulus titanium knife, fixed bladed knife. As you can see, I have a couple Ranger bands attached to it. Underneath is some fishing line and some electrical tape. I also keep a small round file on my person because I do occasionally have to sharpen an electric chainsaw. Yeah, I know, it's not your big gas-powered Husqvarna. No, that one comes out when I have to drop a tree, not just whacking a bush down. Come on, guys. Right tool for the job, you know? I usually carry a folding knife in my pocket as well. But the reason... Oh, and in my... Another thing that you'll see in my knife sheath, but I'm not going to take it off, is a sewing needle I have embedded into the fabric of the sheath. It's a very cheap Walmart fabric. But because it's Camulus, I'm willing to run with it. I usually try to tuck the blade portion of the sheath in my pocket just to kind of keep it, you know, from flopping around in the wind. This is the one that I get a lot of questions on. Why do I carry two fixed bladed knives? That one is more of a bushcrafty survival knife. This has the Tonto pattern to it. I use this for opening packages. And I find it the best thing for opening packages because of the sharp little corner right there. I can just embed it into whatever tape or whatever's in the box. I don't have to go super deep, and I can just quickly glide it right across the top of whatever package, letter, or whatever. Opens like a charm. Also, these are Ozark Trail brand. I am not a sponsored representative of Walmart. But the Ozark Trail stuff is seen as cheap throwaway goods, probably with a good reason. I have two of these. I have the older version that has the shorter handle, and I have this one that has the my hand can fit on it handle. The cheapness and quality more comes into the plastic sheath that comes with it, being that it does hold to the knife right now. It will eventually not. It happened with the other one. I fully expect it to happen with this one. I'm looking into a cure for that, but I don't really know where to start on that. Probably a little bit of super glue to add a bump somewhere to make it more tactile and grippy. Other than that, the folding knife I usually carry, I stopped carrying because I have the smaller fixed blade. I just don't see a reason to carry a fixed blade, two fixed blades, and a folding, unless it had like two blades on it that had more specific, unique purposes, like carving bowls and spoons and stuff. But that's something I'm more going to get a push knife for, that has the cuppage in it for doing it right. What else? Oh, I do occasionally, and actually quite normally, carry a .45 ACP handgun on my person. Here's the thing. I have zero intention of using any of this on a person. I know. You're wearing the Punisher shirt. Oh, grow up. Grow up. It's a shirt. It catches people's eyes on stream, and it's got a nice big white logo on the chest, so that way if I need to be spotted by a family member because I'm doing something stupid, I can be. The only reason it's not a bright orange shirt is because I used to have to wear bright orange for my job when I was doing flagging, and I hated it. But I still have the shirts just in case, signaling or whatever. Bug out bags usually consist of paracord, tarp, a cooking cup of some kind, some extra fire starter, a toothbrush, some toothpaste. Generally speaking, I have an axe, a folding saw that turns into like it's a bow saw that folds down into a straight line that's about the same length as my machete that is in the same bag, and I do have a generalized folding saw. Why do you have two saws? Bow saws work better at downing bigger objects than folding saws do. They're more stable. There are better options than the one that I grabbed, sure. But, for $32 at Walmart, I wasn't exactly going to complain about. Actually, it was like $29, but, taxes are a thing. Uncle Sam always wants his chunk. Outside of that, a little bit of cash, a card, just the basics of, the basic at that point. Once you get past the more advanced stuff, cell phone, set it, Bluetooth earbuds, and occasionally I'll carry around a hobo tackle kit. That one's just kind of a me thing. That's not even necessary. I'll jump back into Path of Exile 2. I haven't played that in a bit. We're going to skip that because I've already been through this. Just kind of curious to see what they've done for updates. Why am I not endorsed? Why do I not seek endorsement from these people? I don't really believe in using the expensive stuff, and a lot of online people are going to give me shit. A lot of shit for saying that. Probably more shit than I deserve, but this used to crash this pretty bad. Let's see if it still does it. It still... No, it does not. Sweet. Look, I'm sure... Ooh! Let's rock... Oh. Okay. There we go. The reason I don't use the expensive stuff It's not that I don't like quality. I think some of the expensive stuff is amazing. But I'm particularly abusive on my equipment. That's why you'll see me buy a High Point 45 or a Taurus, like, whatever, 9mm. That's why you'll see me buy Walmart knives, and garbage is generally going to fall apart. Because generally speaking, I'm going to make it fall apart one way or another. I am, like, the definition of corrosive when it comes to equipment. So I just don't believe in, especially considering how bad, it's not even so much a... You're not going to get me an item that's high quality enough that I'm not eventually going to break. Even my gaming stuff eventually starts to break down because I hammer on things, like, really bad. Minecraft, for example, I panic click and it screws up my mice super fast. Now, the item that I don't carry on my person that is in my vehicle that I would probably carry in my hand as I'm going down the road, I have a small mini sledge that I'd probably carry. And I may or may not look into getting a sort of belt holder for it. Sounds dumb, but Oh. Those little porcupiney bastards. They got me. Can we, yeah. Do something about the chat. I don't care to actually read what they're saying. Thank you. That was getting a little distracting for me personally. I think what I might do with the steak tonight is I might end up definitely sauteing onion and mushrooms. Yeah, thanks. I shut off the tutorials. You're annoying. Definitely sauteed onion and mushrooms with the steak. I think I'm gonna do the shrimp as like shrimp cocktail. Gonna manipulate this stuff again. Throw it with some fried clams, if I can find some. I might look into Franketti's and see if he's got any pre-made, so that we don't have to cook them and just reheat them. I'm not seeing anything new here. Oh, maybe. You got a spear. Cool. I don't remember seeing the spears in here. Where are the swords, guys? Come on. Oh. Aha. Well, that's disappointing. Yep. Those are fine. That's fine. Not gonna waste the identification stuff on it. Oh, you should. You can get more gold. Yeah, I get more gold by playing another character. Actually, completely different one. More specifically, Abe Mercules. Oh, let's see. What do you have? Oh, hang on. Best boots I can get right now. That's a good start for now. Not the best start in the world, but I will make it work. Considering. You know what? Actually, that's a good point. I'm going to be opening that inventory a lot. Let's see here. Uh-huh. I see. That was dumb. Oh well. Oh well, I made a mistake. Happens. Actually, I do need to go back to town real quick. Right, quick. I may have a thing to improve upon some things. You know what? There's a pretty decent amount of cold. Excuse me. Was actually just looking at the rarity of items on that one. Oh, let's see here. I need the lowest level I can get, basically. and okay, that was dumb, but whatever.
That was in my bedroom.
Well, that figures.
Rolled in under the pillow.
There we go. Okay, let's see. Okay. Hmm. Let's see here. Yeah, my brain does not want to process that, so we're gonna pick something that it can process. There. Oh, man. Actually, the Mana Drain one is still better. Why does that remind me of a disco dance kind of thing? The arm movements. A little funky. Oh, I think it's a sit and stay moment, buddy. I sure do. Yep, sit and stay. No barking. No. You don't need to do that. We're not there yet. No. I just said we're not there yet. Oh. Alright. How do I open you? Yeah, I heard a door shut before I heard a voice, but I am still online, by the way. Or on air, however you kids want to say it these days. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sure is. He's gonna go friggin' nuts. stay. Hey! Sit and stay. That's enough. Out of you. Oi. Yeah. I can see that. You be quiet. You be good. You get a treat. If you're good, you get a treat. Oh, you heard the T word. Uh-huh. Yeah, look at that. Look at you all excited. Yeah. You know I'm a man of my word. If you can be hushed for an hour, you will get a dentist stick. Or maybe Dad can run up and get you some meat from the deli. Some steak chunks. Oh, that got his attention. Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. There we go. Actually, and just sell them to her. Oh boy. Yeah, I kind of like that better. It's too bad you couldn't equip two of these at the same time and just ditch the friggin' wand. Let's see. 32% spell damage. You know what? Let's go see if we can't fill that empty slot. Okay. Which one was a cold? And what I really want is the antifreeze. Yeah, I know I'm not level 12 yet. I get it. I think we're just going to apply damage. We're probably going to bypass this tree, and we're going to look into stuff up here for more general spell damage. Yeah, we're going to go for casting speed. I'll grab that energy shield stuff. I just kind of feel that blanket spell damage does better. I know that's probably a really, really dumb idea. My reasoning is not very well founded. At least until you get up here. Once you get up here, then go ham. Like, these are pretty good. Not really doing anything with minions. That's just straight up casting speed. There's your elemental resistance. There's your elemental damage, which is another good component to, I believe. Yeah. Just straight up increasing elemental damages. Mana regeneration is important. Again, not really doing much with minions. Ailments could be important depending on what you're doing. This would probably be closer to what I'm looking at doing. That's for triggered spells, which you don't get that until much later. But that is an important tree to grab if you're doing triggered spells. Let's see, intelligence. Oi! Little monster, what did I tell you? Oi! If you listen, you get a treat. Sit and stay. Sit and stay. There is nothing to bark at right now. He says, yeah, there's plenty to bark at. Oi. That's enough. Quiet. Dude, I'm gonna have to put you in the back room if you keep it up. I don't want to, but I'm gonna have to. Shh. Oh boy. So I think I'll just worry about getting mana regen from skill effect duration. You interest me a little bit. Little bit. Smacking down some elemental ailments would not be terrible, but gonna take shortcut. Go off into the Grellwood. Aha. Ain't that fascinating? I never seen that before. That must be a new, well, it's been almost 5 months since I've been in this game, so I don't know what they've added and what they haven't. hide for about 2 seconds. Oh, that's a life flask, dum-dum. That was the other one that you needed. Yeah. Okay. Boop! Wobble-up-a-dub-dub! Oh, nuts. I did that. Yeah, I did that. You know what? We'll level up 2 of my skills. Yeah, level 18, level 14. Not quite level 10 yet. Level 6. Not using a crossbow. Oh, I bet. Oh, man. Well, whatever. Salvage. And disenchant. Dismantle, whatever you want to call it, same difference. Ooh, one's evil, one's not. Yeah, they're words. No. Not gonna worry about that. The Grellwood. Holy! Oh, that's important. Hey, baby.
Hey, baby.
Love you.
Don't feel this kind of side.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
You don't have to worry about the salad. I'm actually not too hungry, so I'm just having a little chicken.
Okay.
Blueberry cream pie is what is currently available as, and yes, I got some.
Okay.
It is coming home with me. It is coming home with me.
Sweet. Awesome.
So it's blueberry cream pie.
So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to save the salads to go with the surf and turf tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm probably going to swing off and grab something to munch. Probably leftover pizza, actually. So,
That's all I want to know.
okay, baby, I loves you.
I love you too.
I'm just wrapping up the stream. I got about 45 minutes, and I'm gonna go see if Terry needs my help with anything. After I, go use the can and get cleaned up a little bit.
Magnus out here with you, or is he sticking in the bathroom?
Magnus, is that mommy? All right.
I
Oh,
can't say. He had his head cut off in the spring.
Magnus. Aw. He's mad because you're at work and he only gets to see you on the phone if he can see you at all. So, I'm still gonna go hunting. I'm still gonna go hunting for those breaded fried clams. If I can help it, we'll see what happens. I can't guarantee anything though.
That's okay, baby.
But I am gonna look because I want fried clams. That's more of a me thing than a you thing, but.
No, I like fried clams.
I know, but I'm pretty sure we'd probably get in an argument over who likes them more.
Probably.
Okay, so, alright, well, I love you, and I'll talk to you when you get home, or when I pick you up.
Alright.
Bye-bye.
Bye, baby.
That was me wife. I had to take that call. We have a problem with some of our restaurants. Maine used to be well known for lobster and clams. Well, we're still a little known for the lobster, but the clams seem to be an issue. Finding good fried clams has been difficult, to say the least. That is not the button I was looking for. That is. Okay, what do we got? Do I want to... I don't use mana drain, so... Probably doesn't matter. Burn, baby, burn. I'll take that. And those. Figures. Quick, hit the panic button. Oh no, see, you don't get to see me fall asleep in the stream today because I'm on so much caffeine I could knock out a mule team. In fact, after I'm done here, I'm going to go burn off some energy on the treadmill and probably do some lightweight bench pressing to get some arm exercises in. Yesterday kind of scared the hell out of me. I thought I had lost a little bit of feeling in my right arm for a bit. And I grabbed onto one of those hand squeezy exercise things, and it was harder than usual to do it. So, we're going to start taking a little bit better care of ourselves, I think. That was frightening a little bit. So my hope is to finish at least the Red Veil and get into the underground, into the thicket, the snarl or whatever it's called there. before before it's 12 o'clock, which is my home gym time basically. And, you know, bathroom, home gym, see if my uncle needs help working on the house a little bit, because he's putting in a ramp for my grandmother. I could actually build the ramp myself, but he has a certain way he wants it done, and it's kind of one of those things where it's better to let him do it than, you know. And every time I offer him to help, that Marine attitude of I'll do it myself kicks in. It's kind of annoying. I'm actually not sure that's a Marine thing. That could just be a Parker boy thing. I mean, all I wanted to do was help. But, you know, I like to think of myself as being capable of doing more than just streaming. Given that we were both tutored by the same individual when it comes to woodworking. The only difference between the two of us is he's got 20, 30 years of experience doing it, and I only have about 5 at most. Actually, I have more experience working on cars, which is actually it's about 7 years working on vehicles, but. And this isn't something I can put on paper, which is why I don't go apply for jobs with this information, because most employers don't give a shit what you do in your private time. They care about what's on paper. Now, you can have all kinds of stuff written on a piece of paper and not matter worth a shit. But, you know. What do I know, right? It's a staff, but we'll see what it can do. We're kind of at the point in the game where, while I love getting the bonuses from that, if I get a better bonus from a staff, I'm better off taking it. Let me go kill some things and think about it. Oh, I can't use it anyway. Goes. It's alright, it's needed. I would rather have him make a little bit of racket than not at this point. He's actually fixing the house itself. We couldn't build the ramp because someone who installed the previous porch fucked it up bad. Like it was rotting out parts of the house kind of thing. So, I'd rather him make racket than have the house fall apart. It's just kind of common sense. I can stream from a car, but it's not going to be as good. Nowhere near as good. Yeah. This game hates me, I swear. It's just the loot. Not really. Was kind of hoping they'd introduce like swords with magic traits on them, but they haven't even introduced the swords yet. That's kind of why I re-downloaded this, was to see if they had. Oh, they introduced spears, alright. See? I felt that. Good boy, you don't bark. He says, of course not, it's Grammy. I don't bark at Grammy. Hey. Or were you yawning? You tired, buddy? Oh, lots of lightning everywhere. I know he's gonna say no, but if you're gonna go back out, could you let Uncle Terry know that I'll be out there to help him in like 20 minutes? If I can help him at all, I'd like to.
We haven't called him,
Huh. Well, that's a little new. I don't remember seeing that. Actually, it'll probably be less, because as soon as I'm done with this zone, I'm going to be getting off of the streaming for probably the day. I've got exercises I got to do. I got to get on the bench to do some bench pressing. I got 30 minutes I got to spend on the treadmill. I got to go figure out where I can get some fried clams that are decent. That'll be a challenge, apparently. I like them battered. I don't like them breadcrumbed, and that's the problem. Hey, come on, man. Is that really necessary, little dude? You scared off a person. I've got to get an off. I got to get a camper. I'm gonna have to park a camper behind the garage to do this. No. Enough fucking talking about it. Okay. Let's see. All right. I'm gonna go out and help my uncle fix the house. Hopefully y'all enjoyed the content. If you did, hit the like and subscribe buttons. And I will see you all